but they should be here any minute, and I'll have Nicole Marshall and Charlene Party at least, and then a couple of experts, I think, attending online.
Kia ora, my name's Sarah Dove. I'm the team leader here at Tauranga City Council for Transport Strategy and Infrastructure. Myself and my colleague are just listening today and assisting our team.
Kia ora, I'm Wahid Ahmed. I'm also working as a transport planner at TCC. I also help Craig write some of the transportation memos.
Morning everyone. Andrew Collins, I'm a planner with Harrison Grierson. I'm not giving evidence today, but I've been involved with the plan change since the outset. I'm kind of here in support.
Good morning, I'm Sam Pepper. I'm the developer, the applicant.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Francois van Graan. I'm a team leader, senior civil engineer at Harrison Grierson, and I'll be giving evidence on the water and wastewater infrastructure.
Good morning, I'm Mona Liao. I'm a stormwater engineer with Becca. I'm the lead stormwater engineer and the author of the Upper IT private plan change ISMP. I will give evidence on stormwater related matters today.
Good morning, I'm Chris Roster. I'm a transport engineer with Stantec in providing transport evidence for the applicant.
Good morning, I'm Anna Gardner, Principal Planner with Harrison Grierson, the planner for the plan change.
Morena koutou, Vanessa Ham, counsel for the applicant. We'll just go to the back row. You probably don't need to get a microphone, but maybe stand up.
Oh, hello everyone.
Great, well thanks very much for that everyone. With these microphones I think it's important you put your face close to them, pretend you're a pop singer and just speak clearly into the microphones. Just before we pass over to the applicant, just to let everyone know who's pre-circulated written material, I've read everything that's been pre-circulated, including the stuff that came in quite late last night. So that doesn't need to be read out loud to me again, because that'd be a waste of everyone's time. But anyone who has pre-circulated written material is very welcome to, when it's their turn to present, to highlight key points that they wish to make. And anything new that's going to be tabled today in writing would need to be read out in full, because myself and probably no one else has read it before. So just before I hand over to you, Vanessa, anything from the Section 42A reporting team before we hear from the applicant?
No, nothing from us, thanks.
Okay, right.
Thank you. So I am appearing this morning for Lansdale Developments Limited. Mr. Pepper, who introduced himself as the director and shareholder of that company. So that's as distinct from the landowners, which is Peter and Gail Riddington, that are also here today. Plan Change 39 concerns the rezoning of land in Upper Ohauiti for residential development. There are no fundamental strategic planning issues, so it is a relatively straightforward pathway in that sense. And the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land is not engaged in this case. The plan change as proposed has been reformatted in the Section 42A report at the recommendation of the Council. The applicant accepts that reformatting, so there's no issue with that. In my submission, there's really just one key issue in contention, and that is the threshold beyond which any further housing must await upgrades on the state highway, which is obviously outside the control of the developer. The other issues that I'll just briefly touch on when I circle back through these issues are stormwater as regards the submission from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, stormwater provisions where there remains a reasonably small matter of difference between the applicant and Tauranga City Council, the issue of rural amenity and open space, and the first gas submission. Dealing with the first of those issues, which is the traffic generation and the threshold issue, there is agreement between the applicant and Tauranga City Council that there should be a threshold. The point in contention is the number. Tauranga City Council says that number should be 150, which approximates the yield from the eastern block. Mr. Rossiter's evidence is that the threshold should be set at 250 to 300 houses, but conservatively the applicant is proposing 250 as the threshold, which in practice would allow 100 to get away, so to speak, on the western block. I won't say anything more about that at this stage, but I expect we'll circle back to that in reply. Just in terms of the other issues, stormwater is the key issue of concern in the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's submission. The issues are not dissimilar to the ones that the Commissioner dealt with in Plan Change 35, although in that case the relief sought was reference to the integrated stormwater management plan in the plan change. That's pivoted more to having more of the detail of the provisions replicated in this plan change. On this issue, the applicant's fully aligned with Tauranga City Council. It is considered that it's unnecessary to include the detail to the level sought by the Regional Council, and I ask that the Commissioner make a finding on that basis. With respect to the stormwater provisions, there's very little difference between the applicant and Tauranga City Council. The main issue remaining is whether the plan change should or shouldn't state that one aspect of Appendix 12B doesn't need to be complied with, and that relates to a provision requiring that there be no difference between pre and post stormwater runoff. I understand that the reporting officer considers that there is flexibility within the district plan provisions to deal with that issue later. The applicant's preference would be to have certainty on that now. With respect to the question of reserves and open space, Ms. Ryder's opinion was that it was preferable to have a reserves plan rather than rely on zoning, particularly given that zoning still had rules allowing for certain development. As a compromise, the applicant is suggesting that rather than having a reserves plan, there's an open space plan. And in my submission, that does sort of strike the balance between the importance of the open space, which was Ms. Ryder's concern, but also not fixing it as reserve now, and allowing flexibility going forward rather than locking it in by way of zoning. So those provisions are reflected in the provisions which came through last night. And just finally on the first gas submission, the Section 42A report had recommended a different way of dealing with that submission. I understand the reporting officer is now happy with that. I don't understand there to be any issues arising, but but just to note that those matters were discussed and negotiated with First Gas, so the applicant would be asking the Commissioner to make a decision on the basis sought by the applicant. So those are really the issues for the hearing today. I'm not aware of any other submitters appearing, although that may change. And with that, unless you have any questions, I will call my first witness.
Yep. I do have a couple of questions. First of all, going to your para 27. And I'm just reflecting on the contents of the transport memorandum that was attached to the addendum 42A report. And I think, as I understand it, the concern from the City Council's traffic engineers is that there was no modelling done of a scenario between stage 1 being 150 dwellings and stage 2 being full development. And so they were concerned there was no modelling to justify the amended threshold being sought by the applicant. And so I've just been thinking about that, and one thing I'd just like to put to you and for others to think about is that an option might be to enable the eastern block to be fully built out, which would be the 150 lots. Then some, as that's going on, some traffic flows could be monitored, and then some further modelling could be done to assess whether there would be unacceptable adverse effects on the transport network should a further 100 units be allowed in the western block. So sort of a form of modified staging. So that's something for you and your traffic people and the 42A team to think about. Just floating it out there, just interested what people's views on that might be. And the other issue was at your para 29, and it's the issue of the integrated stormwater management plan. And plan change 35 was a little bit different to the factual situation we have here. As you probably recall, plan change 35 was in stages. Stage 4A covered half of the stage 4 area and it had a stormwater management plan. Stage 4B covered a quarter of the stage 4 area and it had a stormwater consent. And the balance land, which was the other quarter of the stage 4 area, had no stormwater management plan and no stormwater consent. So the factual situation is different. What we have here, as I understand it, is an integrated stormwater management plan that covers the whole of the PC 39 area. I understand a lot of work's gone into that document. There seems to be agreement on its approach and contents, certainly from the regional council stormwater folk. And so an option I was thinking of, and again just put it to you to reflect on and to the others as well, that and these, all these clauses have some long numbers, so 12 capital B, point 3, point 1, point 20, subclause B, which is the controlled activity standards and terms. I'm just wondering if in that clause B, right up in the chapeau of it, the front part of it, we could have words along the lines of, and obviously wouldn't be worded to this particular wording, that the stormwater management assessment, and this would be some new words, must be consistent with the January 2024 upper, how do you say that, Ohawiti private plan change, dash integrated stormwater management plan, prepared by Harrison Grierson, reference R000-A2111686-ISMP. Don't worry about that now. Or any updated version of that ISIMP prepared at the time of subdivision. It just seems to me, given the amount of work that's gone into that plan and the different factual situation we have here compared to plan change 35, it seems to me to be a waste of effort if we didn't reflect that in the provisions. And the issue, and I couldn't recall what happens here, the stormwater management plans, and maybe the 42A team can assist with this. Are the stormwater management plans prepared at time of subdivision, are they certified by the council? Are they provided and certified?
So what will typically happen is that those assessments may come in with a stormwater management plan, but they may be subject to change as to along the way, but it would be typically they come in and at the time that the stormwater system's being vested, then they would be signed off.
Right. And when you say signed off,
they're certified and and the condition is deemed to be remedied.
Right. Okay. And so that last bit, or any updated version of the ISIMP prepared at the time of subdivision, we could say something along the lines of that has been certified by council. So it just can't be a willy-nilly change to the one that's already been prepared. So that was just a thought I had, obviously not wedded to that. So interested in the applicant's view and the regional council's view, and also 42A reporting officer's view. So that provides a little bit of certainty in terms of the work that's already been done, but allows flexibility at the time of subdivision. So they were the only two issues I wanted to put to you arising from the legal submissions, and look forward to hearing what people think about that and anything else that your team wants to tell me this morning.
Thank you. Just in respect of the first one, well, look, certainly the option you propose is preferable to going with the hard 150. I will come back to that in reply once we've heard from Mr. Rossiter and we've heard from the Section 42A reporting officers. I mean, in general, my submission would be that whilst there is an absence of modelling, certainly I agree with that around the proposed threshold of 250, we do have a very qualified and experienced traffic engineer who has come up with that figure. So it hasn't sort of materialised in a vacuum. And I'll just leave that issue there. I am going to call Mr. Rossiter first, so just to flag for you, Mr. Rossiter, to deal with that issue when you give your evidence. With respect to the Integrated Stormwater Management Plan, that one I will defer to reply because, in a sense, the plan change applicant has been working closely with Tauranga City Council, so is aligned with the council's view on that. But I will confirm the applicant's position and reply. And thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah, I just thought it was helpful to float those two thoughts I had now. So I'm very interested in everyone's view on that, rather than just deciding it's a good idea in my own head and dumping it on you in a decision that wouldn't be fair at all.
Thank you. Mr. Rossiter, if I can ask you to lead off with your evidence.
Good morning. I'll try to keep this brief and fairly focused. I think all the transport engineers are agreed that the key issue at the moment is congestion in the morning peak, which is long queues, particularly on Poiki Road in Hollister. Sorry. Looking at the effects in terms of what's been modelled, there's no geographic dependence on where that generation comes from within the plan zone, whether it's the east or the west block. And I know that was agreed as well by the council's transport engineers. When I was looking at the results, perhaps with hindsight, it's unfortunate that there wasn't an intermediate modelling scenario undertaken at the time the ITA was prepared. It is clear on the modelling that with 150 lots, you're getting some increases in delay, but the network breaks down with full development of both east and west blocks. What I was trying to look at is whether there was a realistic number between the two that I thought could be accommodated. So I focused on the delays that were reported in the modelling report for the Poiki Road Hollister Lane intersection. When you look at how those delays change with the number of households, that changes pretty much linear when you go from 0 up to the scenario 4, which was an extreme upper limit at the time that was modelled. If you just do least squares fit on there, I looked at the number, and from that 250 to 300 houses would probably mean that delays on Poiki Road would be about 700 seconds compared with 560 at the moment. with delays that long, it's difficult to define what is truly acceptable and where it becomes unacceptable. At that level, there will be some more queuing, but the changes in queuing at that level compared with the 150, I think, will be relatively small. What I was looking to do was try and identify that there could be scope for a little bit more flexibility in the way the infrastructure requirements were written, particularly as stage 1 requires a 4-legged roundabout to be constructed, and it doesn't normally make sense to construct 4 legs to a roundabout when you're only allowing one side road to be developed. So having no scope for any development on the west block to me is very restrictive. Even if it was used as a bus staging point potentially. I think that's probably as much as I need to highlight at this stage. Happy to take questions.
Yeah, can you just go over again what you said about the roundabout?
Constructing a 4-legged roundabout, which is required for the east block, doesn't normally make sense when you're only allowing development on one side of the road. Roundabouts, certainly 4-legged roundabouts, work better when you've got flows on all 4 legs.
There's lots of roundabouts in Hawke's Bay where they build them to the final design spec, and quite often a road leading off the roundabout goes into a paddock until that paddock's subdivided. So I don't think that's uncommon, is it?
It happens as a staging development, but it's not the best way to design.
So in terms of the council's concern about the lack of modelling, what's required to do further modelling to justify the 250 that you think is appropriate?
It would require the model that was run originally to be rerun.
Yeah.
I have been trying to investigate how long it would take me to get that organised. And we're in an unfortunate position that the resources that did that modelling initially are no longer with the company.
Right. So what does that mean in reality? You'd have to build a new model or just find someone who can drive it?
Just find someone to drive it with the necessary skills. So it can be done probably within a couple of weeks.
Right. Okay. All right. See if I had anything else for you. Maybe just look at your paragraph 15.
Yes.
So what's the timing of that one? The improving the connection between the central city, 15th Avenue and Welcome Bay. Is there any timing for that?
I'm not aware of what the timing is for that, other than the funding's been committed.
And just one other one, just a matter of detail of your para 26. It's at the top of your page 7, contributions to the transport network improvements could be secured by way of a developer agreement. Which improvements were you referring to there? Okay. Would that include the roundabout? Yeah. All right, thank you. That was all I wanted to ask.
Thank you. I'm going to call Ms. Lau next in relation to stormwater.
Okay, so I won't repeat what I included in my evidence. I will provide my opinion on those matters that were raised in the BOPRC's evidence, in particular on that Rule 12B.3.1.20, which refers to the performance standard, and the specific reference to the integrated stormwater management plan. So extensive flood modeling work and catchment analysis have been undertaken to inform the ISMP. Based on the results of the catchment analysis and modeling work, I consider that any stormwater-related impacts from the future development within the plan change area can be managed through the proposed stormwater management approach and provisions. As also of the ISMP, I don't have any issues with referencing the ISMP in the plan change. I see that overall, BOPRC is seeks to provide more detailed provisions and clear direction and allow more certainty around stormwater management. And TCC seeks to retain consistency across the city plan with some flexibility. I do not actually have any strong preference over either approach, because despite the difference in the implementation of the stormwater management measures, both approaches speak to the same stormwater management objectives, and would both result in an acceptable outcome. However, based on my previous experience, I consider that it is important to allow some flexibility and future development stages. That's why in my evidence, I stated that I do not oppose what TCC's recommended provisions, and right. I think that's right. I will then move on to that performance standard, Appendix 12B, C.6. TCC's recommended amended provisions includes the Rule 12B.3.1.20B6, which refers to the requirements set out in the Appendix 12B. It requires that post-development stormwater runoff rates shall not exceed the pre-development runoff rates. In TCC's addendum section 42A report, it pointed out that the standard was amended by Plan Change 27, which allows more flexibility by including the wording of unless otherwise approved by council. And it also stated that the attenuation need to work for the, include the, up to and including the 1% AEP event. Although this updated standard gives some flexibility, in my opinion, there's a risk that future development in the plan change area may provide flow attenuation by default, as set out in the rule. This performance standard is related to mainly to flood risk management, which will need to be addressed from a whole of catchment approach. So catchment scale modeling has been done using TCC catchment models, which demonstrated that the expected adverse impact on flood risk from the development without any mitigation is negligible. And considering the existing geotechnical constraints and the risk related to the stability of the escarpments within the site, I consider that it's not good practice to provide flow attenuation on site, especially if it does not provide any benefit on downstream flooding. In fact, because of the location of the site in relation to the wider catchment, attenuation up to and including 101% AEP stone could mean there will be the increased duration of peak flow and velocity, which could make the erosion risk, which could exacerbate the erosion risk for the downstream streams, which is Pukenoi stream and I can't remember the name of the tributary of the running through the Three Creeks development. And also because of the location of the site in relation to the catchment, the delay in peak flow could also make the flooding worse due to the cumulative effects, because upstream catchment runoff will have, normally the peak flow will come later than the site, and if we delay it, it could be adding peak flow on top of the upstream catchment peak flow. So based on that, I recommend recommend a complete exemption from the performance standard C.6 and any reference to that standard within the city plan for the plan change area. And on the other matters raised by BOPRC, BOPRC's evidence raised concerns regarding key stormwater management parameters that were included in the ICMP but are no longer included by reference, and therefore should be incorporated into the provisions themselves. As I mentioned earlier, as also of the ISMP, I actually don't have any issue with referencing the ISMP in the plan change. I do agree with BOPRC that at plan change, the stormwater management need to provide, the plan change need to provide clear direction of how stormwater will be managed for the plan change area. It should also set out the enough area to allow future devices to be implemented on site, which is covered in the proposed ODP plan and now moved to Urban Growth Plan UG 12. So in terms of that, I think that is covered. And in terms of the detailed design criteria, although in the ICMP, I identified one potential option based on the concept design of the development and demonstrated that BPO is available and can be implemented on site. But I also agree with TCC's concern that into detailed design, this can be changed. So there needs to be enough flexibility to allow BPO to be identified and later in the subdivision stage. That's why in the ICMP I didn't include the exact sizing of the devices. Instead, we just show the indicative location of the devices to ensure there's enough space put aside for that. There was also the matter raised regarding whether there will be online treatment devices. So in the ISMP and the plans provided in the ODP, we actually intended to show the all the communal devices offline, and we included a rule in the ODP schedule saying that any devices need to be offline. I understand that BOPRC is worried that this is now, because there's no reference to the ISMP, so there's no mention in the amended rules proposed by TCC. I think well, it's still the stream and the watercourse and the wetland are still protected by the existing policies. Any earthwork or diversion of existing watercourse will require consent. So I think with that species saying offline, although it's intended to be offline, the natural wetland and streams are still protected by existing rules. Another matter is related to the consent notice in relation to the building material and on-lot rainwater tanks. I think these are covered by the proposed provisions as set out in the Section 42A report. And I believe that consent notice can also be issued at time of subdivision. So it's not necessary to include consent notice in the plan change. Yeah, I think, that's all I've got to say in this stage.
Have you got available to you the Ecologic Solutions report? Reddington Plan Change Ecological Assessment. I'll just have council pass that to you. Figure 21, page 38. So is that still the intent, to have that large green shaded wetland and the stream diverted around it?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned Appendix 12, capital B, point C, point V1 in your presentation. The rest of Appendix 12B, so you're comfortable with the remainder of that appendix applying to this proposal?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the remainder of the performance standard.
Yeah. And this might not be within your realm of expertise, but I'll ask you anyway, and if it's not, just tell me. Given that the so-called perennial streams, and there's an example of them on that figure 21, will be in the greenbelt zone, is there any need to specify in the PC39 provisions riparian planting regarding those streams, or the fact they'll be in the greenbelt zone, is that sufficient? Do you have a view on that, or is that just not within your purview?
That's not
No.
with
Okay, fair enough. All right, so Ms. Ham, I had excused Ms. Ryder because I didn't have any questions for her on general landscape, visual amenity and reserve issues, but maybe if you could put that to her in writing, just flick her an email. So, did you get the question?
Certainly. Is it worth, because Ms. Gardner may be able to deal with that from a planning perspective?
Yeah, she
Shall we
could,
see?
but if Ms. Ryder, just send her an email and see what her response is.
Certainly.
She's a landscape person.
So the question is whether we need to stipulate riparian planting in Plan Change 39 or not, given that it's greenbelt zone.
Yeah, given that the perennial streams or permanent watercourses, as I understand them, they'll all be within the greenbelt zone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Certainly.
Yep. Thanks. All right, we can have the next witness, please.
Thank you. Mr. de Graaf. Sorry.
Thank you. With regards to the water and wastewater, we are currently aligning with what TCC requires in terms of water infrastructure as well as wastewater infrastructure. There is obviously some upgrades required to the existing TCC infrastructure. We will have to provide water infrastructure upgrades along the Western Bloc boundary for the Western Bloc to be developed. For the wastewater, we will have to provide a new line down Upper Haiti Road, as well as upgrade of a section of existing lines. Then there was the question around the phasing of some of the infrastructure within the TCC assets, with phase 1 Harrisfield Drive, where TCC has agreed that this is a current situation that needs to be remedied, with phase 2, 3 and 4 those having to be assessed during the further design stages, and which will be addressed during the consent application stages for any further development. I don't see any points where we don't currently align, so yeah, welcome for any questions.
All right, so in a nutshell, peace is broken out and everyone's happy on those 3 water issues, apart from some of the stormwater matters.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, seems like it, yeah.
All right, so obviously 42A team, we're interested to hear when it's your turn, if you also think that there's complete alignment now, if there's anything outstanding. But yeah, no questions from me, thank you. Might just have one, just a minute. Your paragraph 36. So these are the options for the water main. So 2 options: replacing the 200mm with a 250mm, or attaching a rider to it. I think an additional pipe. Which is the least disruptive option?
Definitely the rider main.
And is that because the existing pipe can keep on functioning?
Exactly, yes.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Van Graan. So my final witness today is Ms. Gardner on planning, seated immediately to my left. So I'll ask her to summarise her evidence and then deal with the queries that the Commissioner raised this morning, and potentially the riparian planting if she's able to talk to that.
Thank you for that. I won't read my evidence, but I'll just go over the key points and all points of difference that have been raised through particularly the Regional Council evidence and the 42A addendum. It covers sort of 3 main topics: the stormwater, transportation, reserves, and then just a couple of minor points. I'll start with the transport. I think Mr. Rossiter's probably gone over the main levels of agreements and then disagreements between the two. We've gone for the more conservative approach of that 250. Your query about whether we can somehow incorporate an additional threshold, for a better term, for that Western Bloc to provide for additional modelling. I had wondered if sort of an RD, a restricted discretionary activity status, might provide for that to a better extent, so then we can put some parameters around it. Whilst we could do the modelling, it's just to what level is it accepted or not, I suppose, would then come into play. if it's a time delay or how that would feed through. At present, with it being a restricted discretionary activity, and to be honest, if it was a discretionary activity or even a restricted discretionary activity, if we were doing further assessment, different factors would come into place, such as more modelling, whether there's other upgrades within the network, particular features on the site.
Sorry to interrupt, just help me. So which provision are you talking about now?
The one you suggested to provide...
No, which rule, which provision in the PC9 provisions? PC39.
So at present, we had put forward at 12B3119 as a controlled activity to provide for 100 residential lots on the western block.
Yes, which subclause?
C.
Yep.
And you had mentioned, could there be an additional clause that provides for that, to provide request modelling for a...
I just wanted to get the actual provisions that you're referring to. So just wait a minute, I just want to bring something up. So 19C. All right, so looking at the one that was circulated last night, so that's clause C that's got the blue wash on it.
Yes.
And so are you suggesting an amendment to that, or are you suggesting the whole nature of the rule should be amended?
Just to incorporate what you had suggested earlier about more modelling being done to provide for that, those 100 additional lots on the western block.
I understand that.
How that could be incorporated into that rule.
Yep.
So I've just been pondering that and how the rule could request the modelling being undertaken and then the threshold or the acceptance level for it to be a controlled activity.
Yeah, well, that's reasonably straightforward, isn't it? I mean, the conditions, the entry conditions, aren't they, the standards and terms of a controlled activity rule? So if you don't meet them, you don't get to access that rule. So it'd be much easier to amend clause C than to... Are you suggesting changing rule 12B.3.1.19 into an RDA instead of
No,
a CA?
no. Just that next step, I suppose. How that could be incorporated into that existing rule as suggested last night.
Yep.
Or if it sits elsewhere.
Now, I don't think it would be difficult to do the drafting, but in terms of the concept of having an additional stop point requiring more modelling, what's your view on that?
That could be incorporated.
Okay.
And it's just the manner in which it's worded, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't see that as problematic, but in terms conceptually, you're comfortable with that? Okay. All right, sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
That's right. Then I'll go into the stormwater components. I think Ms. Lau's sort of addressed the matters, particularly within the Regional Council's evidence in more detail, so I won't repeat that. In terms of the direct reference to the ISMP, I understand that was councils that preferred not to have that level of detail within the city plan for consistency purposes and to provide that flexibility, which I agree with. I also agree with the fact that there's been a lot of modelling done and we are happy with where that modelling sits. So like Ms. Lau said, we're comfortable with either approach. Also, we're comfortable with the standards and terms that have been put forward within that 12B3120 cover the matters that an ISMP would need to address to provide a comprehensive stormwater management assessment. Whilst it provides, I suppose, that flexibility that things may change, the level of modelling that was undertaken is adequate as well.
As you're dealing with 3 points,
Yes.
if we take them while they're fresh in my mind. So when I floated the suggestion regarding 12B.3.1.20 clause B,
Yes.
I had in my mind that we would retain Romans 1 through to V1, notwithstanding in addition no reference to the ISMP or any revision of it at a later date at time of subdivision. I had in my mind that retaining Roman numerals 1 through 6 doesn't create any mischief, so there's no harm leaving them there. It's probably helpful. So
Yeah.
I didn't see them being removed.
It provides almost that alternate. If you're not doing what's already approved, then this is an appropriate method.
Yeah, it was sort of almost like a belt and braces approach that didn't then waste all the huge amount of work that's gone into the ISMP. So if I put you on the spot and say, what's your preference as a planner?
Because the modelling's been done and it's acceptable, that would provide a certainty, I suppose, for the applicant.
Yeah.
And I think with the rest there, it provides that flexibility. If over time there is a change in approach or methods available.
And Ms. Ham, this might be one for you from a legal perspective, and also Ms. Boyd. If we were just to refer to the current version of the ISLP, I wouldn't see that then needing to be appended to the district plan as an appendix. It would just be a reference to an external document without having to actually put the whole document in the plan. Is that correct?
I agree with that.
Ms. Boyd agrees too. Good. Make a note of that. Right, sorry.
That's right. In relation to the Regional Council's evidence regarding the ODP schedules clause to 9 to 12, which they requested be included within the plans change, these are probably in a lot more detail and then would normally be included within a city plan. And those clauses within 12B 3.1.20 sort of cover those broadly. The TCC 42A addendum addressed where they correlated to, where they were replicated, whilst not word for word necessarily, where they were addressed, and then their Appendix 4 to their original 42A report also did the same. There were specific comments from Regional Council regarding the on and off light wetlands and the consent notice, which I consider Ms. Lau's appropriately covered. And then there's also the NESF and the Regional Natural Resources Plan that provides parameters for when consents are required as well, that are also applicable. So it's not just solely what's within the city plan. In relation to Appendix 12B, where regarding the pre and post development stormwater rates, again I agree with Ms. Lau and Regional Council's position regarding that, and that whilst we would request that it would be specifically removed from the plan change area in 12B 3.1.20B6. We also request that it's removed generally from Appendix 12B. With subdivision consents, there's the general, not only do we have to comply with the Ohauiti South provisions, we also have to comply with the general subdivision provisions. So we would prefer not to be caught by this Appendix 12B C6 elsewhere, and so request an additional clause under 12B 3.1.20 that in respect of any reference to this within the city plan to Appendix 12B, that clause C6 is not required to be complied with. That's included within the circulated amendments. just going to continue on to the reserves component. Yep.
On that last matter,
Yes.
then, so looking at the document that was circulated last night, so applicants requesting an exclusion be added to 12 capital B, point 3, point 1, point 20, subclause B, Roman 6. These numbering's a nightmare, aren't
Yes.
they? So you want an exemption there, except as it relates to 12B, C, 6.
Yes, the reason
Just
being...
a minute, wait for the question.
Sorry.
What's the difference between that and your additional clause D? They say the same thing in my mind.
The one under B6, that's where it relates to the stormwater management assessment specifically.
Yeah.
Whereas D, it's been included to refer to the city plan generally.
Okay. Your microphone on. 12B3120 as controlled activity standards and terms. So if the stormwater management assessment, if I was minded to agree with your change to clause B6 to exclude C6, where then would a decision maker nevertheless be able to apply C6, notwithstanding that the stormwater assessment wouldn't have to show compliance with it? Do you see the question? Understand the question? These are standards and terms, so in terms of matters of control, would a decision maker be enabled to go there anyway? Which would be the reason for your D, but...
All the other matters within Appendix 12B would be applicable.
Yeah.
Except for that one.
Yeah.
Which relates to the pre and the post-development rates, meeting the pre-development rates. It would just be that component regarding the development rates that would not be applicable.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm expressing my question clearly enough. I guess I'm looking to be convinced that you need to do it twice. You need to do it in the stormwater assessment, and then you want a general exclusion.
Just so when you come to those other sections of the plan where you have to comply with, say, Rule 12G.4.1.1 of the city plan, which is required compliance elsewhere, that we're not caught again by that 12B C6 of Appendix 12B.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Banks, obviously this is one of the matters that you can address me on when we come to you. Thanks. All right. Sorry to interrupt again. Carry on.
Requirement of the stormwater management assessment regarding the protection and enhancement of on-site wetlands, streams, areas of open space and receiving environments. And then there's a matter of control that the matters within that stormwater assessment those measures be implemented. So there is a connection there.
So that matter of control is at 12B.3.2.13D, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So just in response to that, so you consider those provisions to be adequate without any additional specific reference to riparian planting on the permanent watercourses?
Yes, that's available, yes.
Yeah.
Could be more direct, but that protection and enhancement of streams would provide for riparian planting.
Yeah. So just wait, pause a minute before you carry on. Okay, carry on.
In relation to the reserves,
Yep.
Ms. Ryder's evidence and visual landscape assessment that identified where indicative reserves were to be located in response to lands. Sorry, Ms. Ryder's evidence in her landscape visual assessment outlined where indicative reserves were proposed in relation to visual, cultural and landscape values, as well as the archaeological features on the site, and also to provide a buffer between the residential area to the north and the rural area to the south. The reserves layout plan was included with the ODP and was provided with previous iterations of the plan change. The reserves layout was also the result of outcomes of the LVA, but also formed part of the discussions with Hapu and the community. The location of the areas provide a high level signalling of where those reserves could be, with detail that would follow within the subdivision process. Method 18 of the RPS also identifies land uses such as parks to be set aside as part of the structure planning process. The intent of the Greenbelt Zone, which is what that area is zoned as, would accommodate the open spaces. However, there'd be no clear direction for the requirement for the protection of those areas within the zone. The identification within the plan would signal that they're envisaged for open spaces, with the Greenbelt provisions there backing those up with the detail and level of assessment required, with the two working in conjunction with each other. I respect the term reserve has probably an assumption that they would be reserves to vest, and that was discussed earlier within the plan change process. However, that would be refined within the subdivision consent process and address the TCC's open space level of service policy. So as such, I have amended the reference to reserve to open space within that addendum, and that's the basis for that.
Looking at their Appendix 12J.5, the indicative open space plan, so the dark green areas, are they the open space areas?
Yes.
Okay.
And that mainly covers the ridgeline and an extent of the flanks of that, and the knoll on the eastern block.
And so those are the areas that were derived in consultation with relevant iwi and Hapu?
Yeah, and through community consultation as well. They were refined.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
The 42A addendum report put forward the option of open space zones to this area, which the description of those zones is appropriate. However, the zoning may just restrict it and the lines around it, and reduce the flexibility of the boundaries, whereas this just signals the intent of the open space areas. And as such, I've requested amending 12B 3119C to reference the open space infrastructure, and then this new plan that you've just referenced in Appendix 12J.5, and then reference within 12J.1. Any questions?
No questions, because I've really interrupted you as you were speaking.
That's fine.
So
the last
further.
two minor ones are just first reference to first gas.
Yeah.
As Ms. Ham pointed out, we had discussions with them prior to evidence, and they are agreement with the wording we put forward within our evidence. The Section 42A addendum has altered that slightly. However, that I consider them acceptable, and the intent of the agreement with first gas remains the same.
All right, so the clause H of Rule 12B3119, so that's, you're happy with that wording? That was the circulated provisions last night didn't have any blue wash on it?
No, there was no changes.
So you're happy with what the 42A team have recommended?
And the intent being the same as the agreement with first gas.
Okay. Yep.
That's all, thank you.
Oh, that's everything now?
Yeah, any questions?
No, because I've asked them all.
Thank you.
Well, that's the witnesses here for the applicant. We'll still get that question off to Ms. Ryder in writing and get an answer to that, and I'll come back to you in reply. Thank you.
So I just want to confirm at this stage we proceed to hear from submitters. So only submitter is the Regional Council. No one else has come into the room in the meantime? Nope. So let's have an early morning tea. Is 20 minutes enough for you if you want to talk to your team about anything?
Yes, we'll just need to make sure that our experts can be on when we get back as well.
Yeah.
Because we're expecting a bit later, and yeah, we'll have a discussion around the kind of suggested change.
Yeah, so 20 minutes is enough, or do you need more time?
I think that should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to run out of time today, so if you need more than 20 minutes, just let someone know, and then we can reconvene after 20 minutes. But unless I hear otherwise, we'll reconvene at 10:30. Thanks. All right, everyone, it's just about 10:30, so we'll resume. Can you take your seats? And just a reminder, the microphones aren't very sensitive, so you need to do what I'm doing. Put your face right up to the microphone when you're talking. Just grab it and pull it toward you, or lean over the desk. Either one of those will be fine. And at this stage, just before I hear from the Regional Council, Ms Ham's arranged for Rebecca Ryder to be online to answer my question. So can we bring Ms Ryder up? Yes, good morning and welcome. Just to give you a little bit of context before I ask the question to you directly, the Regional Council have suggested in their pre-circulated evidence some amendments to the provisions of PC 39, and in particular they recommended an additional clause X that would attach to 12 capital B .3.120, which is the new controlled activity rule, standards and terms for the to manage stormwater management. And their new clause X, just in case you haven't got it in front of you, was this. It would be a standard and term that would read, require a stream margin restoration plan that sets out riparian planting and maintenance measures to enhance habitat along stream margins and provide additional erosion protection measures for the streams. So the question I had in my mind was, given the permanent streams are going to be, as I understand it, located within what will be a greenbelt zone, was there a need for that specific reference, or the fact those streams are going to be in the greenbelt zone, is that sufficient? And I'm just wondering if you had a view on that from your perspective.
Yeah, well, thank you. In my experience with the greenbelt zones, there's no requirement to go ahead and from planting as a result of being within the greenbelt zone. So enhancement through the process of subdivision to the riparian planting, as suggested by the Regional Council, provides a piece more certainty to it.
Okay.
But I guess this is slightly outside of my lane in
Sure.
terms of the ecological benefit. There is certainly natural character benefits to riparian planting. The other aspect around how that's enforced, I guess you could say, through the greenbelt zone. I haven't had experience with the fact that the greenbelt zone requires all streams or even perennial streams to be planted as a result of being in that zone. So, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you. So that was the only thing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rebecca. You're free to go.
You're released. All right, Regional Council.
Okay. Let's try and get this right. Okay. Morning, everyone. So I haven't prepared any written legal submissions, so I'm not intending to raise any particular legal issues. Regional Council's position is generally in support. Obviously, there is still that slight difference of opinion, which does come up in recent plan changes and again today over that level of prescription versus providing for flexibility later during detailed design. And so that seems to be the crux of the outstanding issues. So we have a planner from Council here, and then online we have Sue, Ira, Martin, Neil, and Zeb Worth. They have each considered the addendum section 42A report that was circulated, and they've prepared a brief response to the matters raised in that. I understand that Caroline is printing the notes that they've made, and they'll be provided to you and the applicant. Do you have those yet, or not yet? They'll be with you soon. So we have considered the suggestion that you've made this morning around referencing the ISMP, and I guess this crosses over slightly into a legal area, so I'll touch on it briefly, but certainly the reference to the January 2024 version is strongly supported. I guess it's the issue of any subsequent version or how much change can be permitted. and in particular this idea that it would be certified, but against what? So one of the regional council's key concerns was to get those key parameters into the plan, the key objectives and outcomes, so that there was some clarity around what the changes to the BPO still needed to achieve. So I would just signal that as being probably an outstanding concern, that if there isn't those key parameters somewhere in the plan, for example in Appendix 12J, or dotted throughout the provisions as they've suggested in the alternative, then it's not clear what those further iterations of any SMP would actually need to achieve or be certified against. So unless you have any questions on that point, which is probably the only one I'll raise.
Just a minute. So just bear with me a minute. So even if we were to refer to the January 2024 ISMP and 12B.3.1.20B, and if we were to retain Roman numerals 1 through 6 there, are you still seeking additional provisions over and above that? Microphone, mic. You got to push the button. Oh, yeah.
Sorry. If it only referred to the January 2024 version, then there would be no issue. It's the subsequent versions that could change over time and what they'd be measured against.
Yep.
And my understanding is that those Romans are not adequate to cover the things that our evidence suggests should be covered.
Right, so in terms of my thought, you're only worried about any updated version of that 2024 ISMP.
Yeah, and what hooks will be in
Sure.
the plan to make sure that those key parameters are achieved.
But if we just referred to the January 2024 one, then you would find that sufficient without the need for any further provisions?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
So I guess on the basis that that might not be where you land, I think it would probably still be helpful for our experts to go through their responses to the addendum, and then that gives the opportunity for any reply to that. So we'll start with Sue Ira, who I think is hopefully online. There she is. So Sue, if you could just run through those points in response.
Sorry, I need to have the document.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Just wait, Sue, because we're going to get your addendum printed and given to the Commissioner.
Yep, so then I can read it as you go.
No problem.
Ms. Boy, you can just email it to me.
Do we email that to Caroline or directly to you? Okay, thank you.
Copies are good, but if you could email it through as well. What's all this?
Oh,
sorry.
It's all that stuff. Yeah, Sue's one, and the other one, might as well get them all handed out. It's no rush, just, it's okay.
There's nothing from Mr. or Dr. Neil. So have you got Sue's now? Okay. So thank you for your patience. Please proceed.
Thank you for that. So, in the absence of the January 2024 ISMP being referred to explicitly in the PC39 provisions, are you comfortable or are you in support of the provisions that were in Ms Marshall's evidence, so her yellow wash amendments to 12B.3.1.20? Is that what you're seeking in the alternative?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So do you have them in front of you?
I do, yes. Yep.
So just in terms of those, so Romans 7, the extended detention measures, my reading of the evidence, including from Mr. Worth, is that there's agreement amongst the flooding experts that we don't need extended detention, and in fact that could be detrimental in terms of coincidence of peak flows given where this is in the lower catchment. So why do we need 7?
So 7 is a slightly different provision to the peak flow requirement. I fully agree that the peak flow is not required in this area, and I believe Mr. Worth might address that further. The extended detention is just an attenuation of the really small storms, so less than a 2-year storm. It's a 2-year 1-hour storm, and it's a very slow release over 24 hours, and the purpose of that is
So whereabouts, that's your appendix 2 of today's notes. The table. So whereabouts is that in table 2?
So if you go to down to where it says end of network,
Yep.
the second part of the table,
Mhm.
it says provide detention
Oh, yeah.
storage and downstream treatment devices. It's
Yep.
virtually similar wording. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that comes, I just cut and paste that from her evidence.
Yep, no, I do recall that from her evidence, yep. Just another query then about Romans 8. Would that apply only to areas of urban development, or would that apply to the entire catchment feeding into those devices, even if they're not, even if parts of the catchment aren't developed for urban use?
So that needs to apply to the basically the impervious surfaces that drain to those stormwater management devices.
Okay.
So generally the at-source ones will only deal with small impervious areas from roofs or small catchment areas from the roads, and the communal ones may take larger areas. Whether or not they actually would take areas outside of the plan change area, I'm unsure. But they should be sized for all the impervious areas that drain to them.
Yep, thank you. All right, I'll just see if I have anything else that I wanted to ask you based on your original evidence.
Thank you.
So just bear with me a minute while I check that. Just in terms of any communal devices or large ponds or wetlands being offline,
Yes.
I didn't see that in that yellow wash text. that we were just looking at, or am I missing something? Where is the offline requirement referred to in the provisions?
So I don't believe the provisions reference the offline requirements directly.
Right.
And I would consider that they would be dealt with through the existing ones that are there.
Right. So you don't see the need for any additional wording relating to offline?
That it would certainly be my preference to have additional wording there relating to offline. I believe that's the basis that the ecological assessments have been done on, and Dr. Neal will speak a bit more to that.
Yeah.
But we haven't included an additional provision.
Yeah. Just from your knowledge, because I know from your evidence you were quite engaged with the preparation of the IESMP, you were involved with it and reviewed it. Does that specify offline?
I believe it does, yes. I would need to double check that, but I am of the opinion that it does.
Okay.
Yes, so again, they do make the comment that the communal devices will be kept offline when possible, and that the high flow bypass discharging will discharge directly to the water course. So there is that intent in the SMP that the construction workbench should be offline.
Yep. Okay, thank you. No, no, that's all I wanted to ask you. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Okay. Next, we were going to have Mr. Worth. So, and Mr. Worth has also prepared some notes in response that you now have.
Yep.
Hi, Mr. Worth. If you could just run through that response, please, and then answer any questions that the Commissioner has. Thank you.
And Mr. Worth, good morning and welcome. You can just start at your para 3 if you like of today's table document.
Yep, that's fine. So, yeah, as with you, Marshall's evidence that the regional councils raised concerns how flood risk and stream channel erosion is provided for within the amendments from the Section 42A report. They requested additional amendments or changes to amendments, specifically
Thank you, Mr. Worth. Just see if I have any questions for you. So just in terms, understand the rationale for the extended detention relating to those small and frequent events. Does the need for that kind of provision have to be based on demonstrated erosion risk in the downstream watercourse, or is it just a general cautionary provision that you would recommend be applied regardless?
It is often applied on the, I guess, acknowledgement that any increase in peak flows, peak flow velocities, those frequent events poses a risk to most streams, particularly in this area, depending on, it does depend.
Yeah, it does. I'm just writing down the answer. All right, thank you very much. That was all I wanted to ask you about. The other issues I was pondering have been clarified by both your responses and Ms. Ira's earlier responses, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. Dr. Neil. So Dr. Neil hasn't provided anything in writing in response. I'm not sure that his evidence was dealt with in any real detail in the Section 42A addendum. But Dr. Neil, if you have any comments to make, having read that addendum or points that you wish to highlight from your evidence, please do. Otherwise, the Commissioner can move straight to questions.
I'm content if I just go straight to questions. Your evidence was pretty clear on its face, and so thank you for that. So really just wanted to confirm in terms of that the main proposed stormwater treatment wetland / pond in the Western Block and the diversion of the stream around that, just from an ecological perspective, you're comfortable with the stream diversion proposal?
Preferable to having an online feature. Obviously, ideally, we wouldn't photograph streams because there are effects associated with that, but if done well, the effects would be much less than replacing it with a stormwater wetland. We would still have a functioning stream channel, and the proposal was also to undertake riparian planting of that channel.
Yeah. So a diverted and properly engineered and nicely planted up diverted stream channel could provide benefits over and above the existing situation.
So you've done well, yes.
Yeah. Right, Dr. Neil, that's all I wanted to ask you. But thank you for your evidence.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Neil. So we can move in person now. Nicole Marshall has prepared a slightly longer response, but we'll run through that now.
Yep.
Good morning. I think I'll start from paragraph 3 if that's okay. In summary, I'm still of the opinion that all the key BPO parameters from the ISMP that were incorporated into PC 39 via Appendix 12J.3 should be included in the final planning provisions to ensure an integrated stormwater management approach for this plan change.
Sorry, can you just pull the microphone a bit closer?
I'm
Just to
sorry.
grab the base of it, the whole thing.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go.
So my original evidence focused on the key BPO parameters from the ISMP that were not incorporated into the planning provisions for PC 39 and Appendix 2 of the Section 42A report, and this matter remains outstanding following the release of the Section 42A addendum. The key BPO parameters in the ISMP that were not incorporated into the planning provisions for PC 39 related to requirements 6, 9, 10, 11 and 12 of Appendix 12J.3 under the heading Stormwater Quality and Stream and Wetland Protection. These requirements relate to the consent notices for at-source treatment control, specifically inert building controls and use of rain tanks, where they form part of the BPO and management of accelerated stream erosion. The inclusion of these requirements into the planning provisions for PC 39 are also supported by the technical evidence you've heard from Ms. Ira, Dr. Neil and Mr. Worth in their respective capacities. In regards to the consent notices, the notified version sought to include the requirements for consent notices around those at-source treatment controls, and they are in requirements 6 and 10 of Appendix 12J.3. They weren't incorporated into the Appendix 2 of the 42A report, and also were not supported in the Section 42A addendum as requested in my original evidence in Appendix 1. To ensure an integrated stormwater management approach, I recommended that these requirements could either be incorporated into the existing City Plan Clause 12B.3.2.8 consent notices for ease of reference, or if there was a legal issue or reluctance to amend other operative provisions, alternatively as a matter of control in proposed Rule 12B.3.2.13, which specifically relates to the Oahiti South Urban Growth Area. In regards to the existing City Plan Clause 12B.3.2.8, the Section 42 addendum states that the level of detail of the amendment sought is inconsistent with the level of detail in the existing clauses in this provision, which I've inferred to mean too much detail. I do not agree that this statement, because proposed Clause F in Appendix 1 of my evidence is clear and concise and simply states at-source treatment control and provides examples of what this could include to assist city plan users. I don't agree, or I don't consider that this approach is uncommon or unusual. While I acknowledge that it is possible that a consent notice relating to at-source treatment control could be required under existing clauses A to C and E of Clause 12B.3.2.8, as the Section 42A addendum notes, I do not consider those purposes to be specific enough to provide a reasonable level of direction that such consent notices are appropriate. I consider the wording that I have recommended to be more appropriate. The city plan is continually being updated over time to include new, better and more current information, and this includes the use of water-sensitive design measures in building design, and in my opinion should be explicitly encouraged in the city plan, and particularly for a new proposed urban growth area in Tauranga City. As outlined above, in case of legal scope issues or reluctance to amend operative provisions, even to make them specific to the Ahuiti South Urban Growth Area and operative provisions, I've also included an alternative solution, which was to include this requirement as a matter of control under proposed Rule 12B.3.2.13, which is an entire rule that is specific to this growth area. It is unclear if this was recognised in the 42A addendum. However, notwithstanding this, the reporting planner has proposed an amendment to this clause to take into account the matters raised in my evidence pertaining to consent notices, which includes proposed wording, additional wording, and references to any other mitigation measures set out within the stormwater management assessment prepared in accordance with Rule 12B.3.1.20. While I support Mr. Banks proposing amendments to the planning provisions to take into account matters raised in my evidence with regard to consent notices, I do not consider that the suggested wording in the addendum to be an appropriate solution to this matter. This is because the wording is vague and does not achieve the explicit requirement for at-source treatment control for building design, as originally intended in the ISMP via Appendix 12J.3. On the contrary, I consider that the proposed wording in my evidence under F in proposed Rule 12B.2.3.13 is more clear and concise and provides more certainty to city plan users as to council's matters of control pertaining to stormwater management, in addition to other relevant clauses, and again, explicitly it promotes water sensitive design in the city plan, and particularly in building design for a new urban growth area. This wording is also consistent with the proposed clause 12B.3.1.2b3 and simply seeks to ensure it is enforced at the land use stage where it forms part of the BPO. Now onto stream.
Just pause for a minute. I just want to look at those provisions you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. Just take a breather. Ask you a question while it's fresh in my mind. I'll lose track of all these provisions with their different numbers. So just in terms of what you're asking for, so you're referring to 12 capital B.3.1.20b3, which is a standard in term.
Yes.
Which I refer to as an entry condition. So if you don't meet that standard in term, you can't use this rule. You must bounce away somewhere else.
Yeah.
So if that's a standard in term, which must be met to obtain use of this rule, why then do we need to have a specific matter of control over that, since it would have had to have been the application to get access to the rule? Why do we need your F?
Essentially, well, because this is obviously a subdivision consent, so it's just ensuring that it turns the mind to have a condition around a consent notice for at-source treatment control, so that it imposes a condition on the subdivision consent and ensure it's carried through to building design.
No, sorry, I was referring to your 12 capital B.3.2.13 F.
Oh, yes.
That F.
Yes.
If existing 12B.3.1.20, so that's standards and terms, if B3 specifies the use of inert building materials, etc.
Yeah.
So you must, an applicant must do that to gain access to this rule. If they don't, they'd bounce away to a harsher consent activity.
Yep.
So it's a given. So why do we need a matter of control over that in your 12B.3.2.13F?
Well, so as part of the stormwater management plan, that's one of the, things to be considered. And
No, it's more of a planning question. So if the standard and term is met,
yeah,
the application would specify that that would occur. So does that need to be a matter of control? Is it? See what I'm asking?
well, it's for a. It's like, well, I guess just my concern is that it's only for a subdivision consent, and once it's met, and 224 is issued, just ensuring that that is carried over into building design.
Okay. All right, just carry on, sorry. I think we're up to stream and wetland protection.
Yes. As per my original evidence, I recommended that 9, 11 and 12, which relate to management of accelerated erosion, be incorporated into the planning provisions in Appendix 2 of the 42A report. The retention of these clauses has also been supported by technical evidence, as you've heard from Ms. Ira, Dr. Neil and Mr. Worth in their respective capacities. The Section 42A addendum does not support the retention of these provisions on the basis that they've already been addressed in the provisions, albeit on a less prescriptive way than the BOP RC has sought. Mr. Banks also refers to existing city plan provisions and other consenting processes to deal with these issues. Mr. Ira and Mr. Worth have outlined in their 42A addendum response evidence the issues with this approach, which I agree with. And I also outlined the issues with such an approach in my original evidence under the heading Issues with Not Implementing an ISM Approach at the Consenting Stage. Mr. Banks has also included a table in the Section 42A addendum under paragraph 3.23, which outlines the planning provisions, where he considers requirements 9, 11 and 12 have already been addressed, albeit in a less prescriptive way than we have sought. These planning provisions do not explicitly cover these requirements. As a result, there is a risk that the significant modelling undertaken in preparation of the ISMP and assessment options to determine the overall best practice option for the catchment, which have been proposed in support of the plan change, will not be followed at the detailed design and consenting stage. The risk is referred to in both Ms. Ira and Mr. Worth's evidence. Mr. Worth has also outlined the risk in relying on both existing city plan provisions and other consenting processes to deal with these matters, including the absence of the requirement to provide extended attention for stream channel erosion in Tauranga City Council's Infrastructure Development Code, as an example. I also note that the Section 42A addendum focuses on consistency with Tauranga City Council's Plan Change 35, Tauriko Business Estate Stage 4. I do agree that there's some benefit in doing so for consistency. However, PC 35, as I think you've stated earlier, is different, and it does not solely rely on Appendix 12B and other city plan provisions, but included Appendix 18F.3, which is regard to stormwater, which includes relatively detailed water quality requirements. It is therefore not dissimilar to the level of detail in Appendix 1 of my evidence as it relates to 9, 11 and 12 in Appendix 12J.3. In my opinion, more detail provides more certainty at the time of subdivision consent for all city plan users. It clearly identifies bottom lines or parameters that will need to be included in any future SMP and will guide detailed design. While parameters are set with a greater degree of prescription flexibility is still provided as to the method of stormwater management that developers can use to mitigate effects of stormwater discharges, such as wetlands or rain gardens, for example. The Section 42A addendum was very brief in relation to riparian planting and did not address Mr. Neil's evidence, including the requirement for a planting plan as recommended in the ecological assessment prepared for the plan change. If the planting plan was not included, Mr. Neil's evidence states that his conclusions with regards to ecological effects could change. Mr. Banks suggests that this word would be covered under protection or enhancement of on-site wetlands, streams, areas of open space and receiving environments, and other existing policies in the city plan. All policies that would cover these matters are very broadly expressed and are generally for various other matters as well, such as amenity. None actually specifically require the requirement for a planting plan. Again, this is a key parameter that I consider should be explicitly referenced in the plan change provisions. This requirement is supported in a number of plan change documents, including the ecological assessment. As such, and as supported by Dr. Neal's evidence, I consider that the wording in Appendix 1 of my original evidence should be retained to ensure an ISM approach at the consenting stage for this plan change. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I just want to take you back to your pre-circulated evidence. In terms of this issue of the consent notices, are you aware of any other city plan provisions that address development proposals such as this one that have detailed consent notice provisions within them? And have you looked at the rest of the city plan, and would this be an outlier or would it be consistent with other approaches?
I've mainly just looked at that existing clause in the subdivision chapter around,
right,
I think 12.3.B8 as to what that entails.
Yeah. So just to get your planning opinion, I mean, Ms. Boyd addressed that earlier from a legal perspective, but if we were to refer to the January 2024 ISMP in 12 capital B.3.1.20B, does that supplant the need for, and I'm referring to your suggested amendments that are attached to your original evidence, does that supplant the need for your yellow wash Roman numerals 6 through to 11 or 6 through to 10?
Yeah, so obviously the reference to the ISMP was sought in our original
Yeah.
submission, but we think that those clauses are still relevant and needed to bring out those key parameters of the ISMP, and so they don't get lost at the subdivision consent stage. Some of them have been transferred over and others haven't, and the ones that have not are the ones that I highlight in my evidence. And we think that we need all of them to ensure the ISM approach.
And Ms. Boyd, I understood you to express a different opinion. So your Bay Plenty Regional Council's legal advice and the planning advice are at odds. So I need you to clarify which is preferred.
Yes, my understanding was that if we referred directly to the 2024 SMP, that wouldn't present an issue because all of those key parameters are in there. But it was the subsequent iterations that were the issue. Now, if that isn't the case, then I might need to take 5 to just check. Would you like to do that, or?
Yeah, so I really need crystal clear direction, probably from you, Ms. Boyd, as council. If I was to refer to the January 2024 plan in the chapeau of 12 capital B.3.1.20 little b, as outlined right at the start of the hearing, would the regional council still be seeking the yellow wash additions that were in the pre-circulated planning evidence, Romans 7 through to 10. So if you take 5 minutes and clarify that, please.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. So what I was saying is that for a belts and braces approach, that the yellow wash would be included. However, if there is going to be specific reference to the ISMP that, as you talked about this morning, since the addendum, then that, in my opinion, would be sufficient.
Okay.
And so just to clarify and close the loop on that, so the position that I said earlier was correct, that
Yes.
we would accept that. The wording would need to be in accordance with, or strong enough wording to make sure that it wasn't kind of generally consistent with the ISMP.
Yes.
But that would satisfy the Regional Council's concern.
So I'm happy for you both to chip in here as well. So if that approach was taken to have a provision that would say in accordance with the January 2024 ISMP, so that would deal with, and I'm looking at the yellow wash changes that were part of the original evidence. So that would deal with 12B.3.1.20 Romans 7 through X. Yep. So I just want to check. What about Romans X1 is a different issue? Yep. What about 12B.3.2.8 F?
That is referenced in the ISMP, I understand.
Yeah. Okay. And and then looking at 12B.3.2.13, the yellow wash E and F, would they still be sought or would they be covered by the ISMP?
That would be covered by the ISMP.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. That's clarified that for me. Thank you. So just see if I had any other questions for you. Whoops. No, I think other matters that I had in mind when I read your evidence have been addressed on the way through by other regional council witnesses, so thank you.
Thank you. That's the case for the Regional Council.
All right, so now we're at the stage where we hear from the Tauranga City Council Section 42A reporting team. How long a break would you like?
I was just discussing that with Brad. We'd think maybe at least 30 minutes.
Sure.
Would be great to assemble our thoughts.
Yeah. So shall we say we'll come, and how long do you think you'll need to present?
20 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, okay, let's break until 12:15, and if you need more time, just let us know.
Great.
And what I propose we do, we'll come back at 12:15. I'll hear from the Tauranga City reporting officers, and then we'll finish. Oh, then you're going to have we'll have break for lunch then, and then over lunch you could get your whatever you wanted to say by way of reply sorted out. How does that sound?
Yes. I suppose similar to Plan Change 35, given that there's a relatively discrete number of issues outstanding, I probably, and perhaps take the lead from you, but would it be helpful for the three planners to get together to settle where there's agreement and what the position is on the provisions where there's not agreement?
Yeah, that could be helpful, but why don't you think about that when you're going out to think about your reply? Would you see the benefit in conferencing between the three planners on areas of agreement and disagreement? All right, so let's adjourn until 12:15. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We'll reconvene the hearing, and at this stage I'm hearing from the Tauranga City Council's reporting officers.
Right, thank you. I'd just like to say, I think the parties are broadly aligned on the large majority of issues here. So while we covering a few things in detail, I think there's broad support from the council for the plan change, as expressed in the 42A report. But having conferred with my council colleagues just now, we've reviewed the suggested provisions circulated by the applicant last night and kind of used those as a bit of a basis, and we think there's really three matters to cover, those being transport, reserves/open space, and stormwater, where obviously there's overlap between the applicant's evidence and the regional council's evidence. And I'll leave that till last because it's kind of the chunkiest. Also happy to take questions on each matter in turn. Both myself and Mr. Bellamy can take questions, as well as Mr. Richards on transport matters. So, in terms of transport, on the basis of the evidence presented today, TCC's position remains as set out in the Section 42A addendum report. In terms of the suggestion for a modified staging to be included as a in the controlled activity rule, we think it would be difficult to include this in a controlled activity standard and term as a gateway test for using that rule, because it is a matter of interpretation of modelling results. It is it is objective science-based interpretation of those results. In our 20 minutes or so available there, we couldn't sort of visualise a way to frame up a standard and term which would allow sufficient, confidence that the effects would be acceptable. However, having said that, in our view, this could be achieved through a restricted discretionary activity rule, as Ms. Gardner suggested in her response to the same question. I think this would require redrafting of the controlled activity standard and term and introduction of a new restricted discretionary activity rule under section 12B.4 of the city plan with accompanying matters of discretion. And if directed, we'd be happy to conference with the applicant's planners on the drafting of that rule.
So would that be a new rule specific to that transport issue, or would it replace the controlled activity rule in its entirety?
It would be a new rule specific to that transport issue. So in my head, it would sit as the way the other RD rules are framed is where an activity does not comply with controlled activity standard in term X or Y, it shall be a restricted discretionary activity, and then you specify the matter of discretion over which discretion is restricted, if you like. Yeah. But yeah, it would need to be quite tightly, I think, drafted to respond to these specific matters and effects. One thing we considered about was whether that RD rule specified an extra 100 dwellings or whether it remained silent on that cap. And so as a discretionary process, albeit with discretion restricted, you could potentially consider what number might be appropriate rather than specifying a dwelling cap. That was all I had on transport. If there were any questions for myself or for Mr. Richards.
No, that's clear. I would appreciate some further work being done on what that might look like, and as Ms. Ham said, if that could be done in conjunction with the applicant's planner, that would be. I don't think we need to involve the regional council on that issue, but yeah, conferencing between the two planners and your respective technical experts. Appreciate that. Okay,
thank you. The second matter to address is around reserves and open space. We're broadly comfortable, I think, with their suggestion to remove the reference to reserves, but we do think there just needs to be some tweaks to the wording because the suggested wording from the applicant refers a lot to open space infrastructure, which to me equals reserve. So if we could just tweak the wording, and we've started scribbling away notes on that, and again happy to conference, so that the Appendix 12J refers to infrastructure and open space requirements rather than terming them open space infrastructure.
Yep. Okay. And again, I'd appreciate some conferencing on that. Would that tweaking, would that include the plan of the indicative reserves area that Ms. Ryder had?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and you might want to change its name or whatever, but
that's right.
It would be in there as a diagram.
That was our thought. Yes.
Yeah. No. Good. Thank you.
Okay. Now on to stormwater. So I guess there's one matter which is common to both the applicant and Regional Council evidence, and that's the application of Appendix 12B C6, I think. And I'll get to that, but I just wanted to kind of talk more broadly about stormwater generally and the approach that myself and with my TCC colleagues have taken in relation to the ISMP and various other things before I deal with those specifics. I don't think anyone at TCC disagrees with the work done to date on the ISMP. It's clearly a comprehensive document. It's been reviewed by the TCC City Waters Planning Team. Obviously, the modelling itself has been discussed and reviewed by TCC's Stormwater Modelling Panellist Reviewer. We're broadly in acceptance that it represents an integrated stormwater management approach for the plan change area. But, and I say but, the council position remains that it would be preferable not to incorporate a technical document by reference, and there's a few things underlying that. The ISMP represents one proposed development scenario and stormwater management approach. It may not represent the only feasible option, albeit we acknowledge it as the most likely topography and landform dictate most of what's being proposed here. Having said that, there could still be other scenarios proposed by other applicants in the future. There are also other consenting processes at play. Consents still need to be sought from the Regional Council for earthworks, stormwater discharge, stream diversion and reclamation, potentially amongst others. TCC approach was really trying to make sure that the city plan provisions have the flexibility to respond to those other consenting processes and their outcomes, whether undertaken in sequence or in concurrently, and that those consenting processes also get to play a part in the final design of stormwater infrastructure, which, and we hammer home this point a few times, will need to be vested in council. So TCC becomes the ultimate asset owner and eventually, in theory, consent holder for the stormwater infrastructure. And so I guess a lot of the council's position is driven by that knowledge that in the future they will be responsible for this infrastructure. We need to make sure that the final design is appropriate and is guided by the fairly robust objectives and policies which are introduced through this plan change, and I'm pleased that there's broad agreement around the table here that those objectives and policies are appropriate and do provide sufficient guidance for the subdivision consent process. So there's two scenarios, I guess, which kind of underlie these concerns and support justify the TCC's position, including the ISMP directly by reference. If, in the event something changes, it could create a headache for a future applicant and developer, could create headaches for our TCC consenting team as part of a subdivision process, and as I mentioned, could create issues for TCC as the ultimate owner when they're asked to vest this infrastructure. It's important to reinforce that the subdivision and urban development, under the other existing provisions of the subdivision chapter, the vesting of that infrastructure, the development cannot take place without the connection to a council-owned stormwater system, and inherently in that is the vesting of that infrastructure. So as the eventual asset owner and consent holder, TCC needs to have sufficient control and flexibility to address any relevant matters at the time of subdivision. That's kind of the end of the more general ISMP inclusion, so I can pause there if that would be helpful.
Were you reading something out then, or was that all just ad-libbing?
I wish I could ad-lib like that,
Yes,
but no, I am reading it and I can provide it writing, yeah.
So when you say you don't want the ISMP incorporated by reference, do you think just a the wording that I outlined at the start of the hearing would mean that that entire document was incorporated by reference into the plan, because the two lawyers here didn't think that would be the case.
I will defer to them on the legal application and whether the document itself then becomes part of the city plan. But their position is more about referencing that document, whether or not it forms part of the city plan or not. If it's there as a live reference, then a future applicant is bound to specifically what's in that document right now. And inherent in that, there's a lack of flexibility to depart from what's in the ISMP without then defaulting to a discretionary activity and having to go through that process.
That depends on the actual wording used. The Regional Council asked for wording in accordance with, but I'm aware of other provisions and other plans that use wording like is generally consistent with, which provides some flexibility. Had you thought about that?
We hadn't, I guess, taking a cue from the Regional Council, sort of wanting it quite strictly referred to. I guess there's no reason why a more flexible wording could not be applied, and that might address some of the council's concerns. Yeah, but whether that would have also satisfied Regional Council, I'm not sure.
Yeah, obviously in terms of these stormwater issues, I think we're going to get to the position where there might be a little bit of conferencing required. So, Ms. Boyd, if you could just reflect on that as well. Obviously the TCC has some concerns that they've just explained to us. I still think there's potential for wording that can achieve both the Regional Council's desired outcome and mitigate TCC's concerns about lack of flexibility. So I look forward to some conferencing on that. And look, I'm not asking you to change your position. If you go through the conferencing and you still think, no, we don't want it referred to, that's fine. But just maybe if you could think about it a bit more through a conferencing process. And wherever you end up is where you'll end up. So quite happy with that.
Okay. The two specific matters in terms of stormwater that I just wanted to touch on, which were covered in evidence today. The application of Appendix 12B C6, we have no dispute in terms of the technical evidence about whether attenuation of those peak flows is or isn't appropriate and all that sort of stuff. We've only really looked at it in planning terms. So the concern is around the complexity of introducing an exception, and the amended provisions circulated by the applicant, two exceptions, and I do think that if it's there, that does, they do provide slightly different purposes, the two references to that exception, but TCC's position is that the amended version of Appendix 12B C6 under Plan Change 27 does provide sufficient flexibility for Council to otherwise approve a non-compliance effectively with that standard. My assumption, and having been through as an applicant stormwater discharge consent process with the Regional Council, is that if your development was showing to be causing downstream flooding effects, simply because you complied with that standard, that consent would be refused, or there'd be some very heavy further information requests asking you to justify it. So broadly our position remains as the 42A report addendum set out. We see this matter being dealt with through a stormwater management assessment and then otherwise approved by Council if it needs to be.
So what mischief is created by having an explicit exemption in the provisions that apply only to this block of land? What's the downside? You're not altering the overall fabric of the city plan.
No.
So what mischief is created? Explain to me.
I think that the concept of exceptions from standards, I think, makes most planners nervous, and it would make me nervous, and I think makes my colleagues at TCC nervous. But having said that, we don't dispute the technical evidence submitted.
I think a planner being nervous is not sufficient evidential basis for not going along with a clear exemption that would give a very clear signal to developers that that's not to be achieved in this site. So I'll give you an opportunity to persuade me of the mischief that's created by including the exemption.
I don't really have anything else to add to that. Yep. Do you want to, Brad?
So is there the only additional point I was going to add there is just around the flexibility. It's the concept of the flexibility that's being provided that is particularly around the landform changes. So there are a number of overland flow paths across the site as we understand it, and there is a landform scenario that this ISMP has been built around. So I guess there is nervousness, risk around the fact that if that landform was to change in the dynamic of the modelling, I mean, I know I accept that the chances are low potentially, but that's enough of a consequence potentially to lead to a scenario where there could be some change in the dynamic of that. And in reflection, it really feels like it's a consent authority matter to be dealt with at a consent stage. So that was the justification around remaining in that position. Thank you.
Okay, so the last stormwater specific matter we wanted to cover was around riparian planting, which you put a question to Ms. Ryder, and we heard from other witnesses today. We still, our position again remains as set out in the 42 addendum report. We still consider that compliance specifically with Rule 12B.3.1.20 B Roman numeral 5 specifies protection and enhancement, and we believe that any stormwater assessment that delivers on that requirement would presumably include riparian planting. I'm not sure really how you could protect and enhance a watercourse without doing that, and on that basis there's no need to specify the additional detail. Also note that where areas are to vest in council, for example as local purpose or stormwater reserves, which we would presume to include most of the watercourses because they're adjacent to the stormwater infrastructure, there is a performance standard under Appendix 12E which would need to be complied with, and it specifies particularly around grades of reserves and whether they are mowable. If they exceed the mowable grade, then they must be planted, and where they abut watercourses and exceed the maximum grade, there must be a riparian planting applied. And we think, in concert, the controlled activity standard and term introduced by the plan change plus the requirement to comply with the existing Appendix 12E for reserves would effectively achieve the outcome sought. And the last matter is really just to acknowledge to Ms. Marshall that I had missed the alternative solution of adding standards and terms specifically to the new Plan Change 39 rule in the Section 42A addendum, so apologies for that, but I don't think, having now considered it, that it would have changed the position. Around consent notices is really what I'm talking about, yeah. Yeah.
So just in terms of that consent notice issue, you still don't see the need for any specific reference to those two matters that were of concern to Ms. Marshall?
No. And
that's because of the open-ended nature of the existing provision, which says, I can't remember the wording, but it says may include, or don't you have ability to deal with other matters, don't you, other than the listed ones?
Yeah, I'm just scrolling to try and find the section in the addendum report, but effectively, yes, the consent notice, existing consent notice rule in the plan provides quite open-ended wording to deal with any matters, and when tied with when read and interpreted in conjunction with the standards of terms and the matters of control, we think that where ongoing compliance is required through a consent notice, that any appropriate consent notice could be imposed.
Yeah, so that's 12B328, and it's the wording, but not limited to.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And I asked Ms. Marshall, or I asked someone, I can't remember now, if she was aware of any other parts in the city plan where a specific listing of consent notice requirements would be spelt out. If that was if I was to find in favour of the Regional Council's request, would that then be an outliner in terms of the overall structure of the plan, or is that approach taken in other bits?
I'm not aware of it being undertaken in other rules, but Brad knows the plan better than me. Sorry.
That's not something to admit to sometimes, but look, there are examples in the plan of bespoke types of consent notice type conditions, but what it implies is that at the time of subdivision that there will be consideration to these particular matters, and it may result in a consent notice. It doesn't say you shall prepare a consent notice and it shall say this. There are examples where those types of issues, and they're quite bespoke and far-ranging sometimes, are referred to.
Would you just be able to let me know where I can find those? Yep. Yeah, just the rule reference, and I can look them up in your e-plan.
No, that was all we had. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much for that. I think that's pretty clear, your position. Don't need to ask any more questions, but thank you very much for that. So, Ms Ham, if we adjourn now for lunch.
Certainly. Just to note, I mean, I'll probably only be 5 minutes.
Oh, well, let's go now then.
Can I have a 5-minute break?
Yeah,
and then,
yeah.
Thank you.
So, take more than 5 minutes if you want, and then we'll have your quick verbal reply, which will be good. All right, thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to resume the hearing and now the applicant's reply. So just to confirm, Ms. Ham, you're going to do a verbal one now and follow that up in writing?
Yes, I'll follow it
Yes.
up in writing, and also when I file the written version, I will attach a version of the plan provisions post caucusing between the planners.
Yep.
And potentially the traffic people. I'll come to that.
Yep.
And I'm proposing that where provisions are agreed, that's clearly identified for the Commissioner, and
Yep.
where they're not agreed, the different parties clearly identify what version they're looking for in the decision.
Yep, that's good. And any provisions that are agreed, if that's resulted in notified provisions or Section 42A provisions being inserted and then struck out, don't have like underlining and crossing out, just make it reasonably clean where the provisions are agreed, so any areas of disagreement can be highlighted with alternative wording sought. Yep.
Thank you. So in reply, I'm just going to deal with 2 points, being transport and stormwater. Stormwater then breaks down into 2 points, which is whether we refer to the ISMP in the plan change or not, and whether there's an exception to Appendix 12B, C, Roman 6 or not. Just before I do that, just to reiterate again the point I made in opening, that there's no fundamental planning issues with respect to this plan change, so certainly no issue in contention in my submission as to whether it should be granted. We're dealing with detailed matters around transport and stormwater. With respect to transport, the applicant would like the ability to test the delivery of additional housing on the Western Block in the future. It's weighed up, and the planners and the traffic engineers have considered the issues raised by Tauranga City Council with respect to devising a controlled activity standard and term, and also taken into account the indication from Tauranga City Council that if the alternative of a restricted discretionary activity rule were utilised in that circumstance, there would be no need to have the threshold of 100. So it could be, more or less than that, depending on the circumstances. That's probably the aspect which is attractive to the applicant. So for that reason, the applicant is agreeable to going with a restricted discretionary activity rule. It envisages that the drafting will be that the matters of discretion are restricted to essentially traffic generation impacts on the network. I don't have that detailed drafting now, so I'm proposing the planners caucus on that, but that is why I highlighted that the TCC and the applicant may wish to have the traffic engineers there off to the side just to settle that wording. Turning to stormwater, and firstly the issue of reference to the ISMP. The applicant's a little bit between a rock and a hard place on this one. Where it's landed, in line with Ms. Gardner's evidence, there is some attraction to reference to it for the purposes of certainty. That said, and this is contrary to the Regional Council's position, but we will be asking for the insertion of the word generally, so either generally consistent with or generally in accordance with. In my submission, that addresses the issues we've heard from both the submitter and Tauranga City Council in a pragmatic way, and noting that it may not be acceptable fully to either of them. That's the decision that I'm asking the Commissioner to make. So just to be clear, that would be generally consistent with the January 24 version of the ISMP, and the wording proposed by the applicant would not reference any variations to that ISMP. Turning then to the second stormwater issue, which is whether there's an exemption to Appendix 12B, C, Roman X. The applicant is seeking, and I am submitting, that those exceptions sought by Ms. Gardner in her evidence should be included in the plan change. I note on this particularly that Mr Banks said that Tauranga City Council had no quarrel with the technical evidence on this. The Commissioner has technical evidence on this point from Ms Liao. It has technical evidence on this point from the Regional Council. And Mr Banks, by his own admission, said it was more of a planning issue. There's a very important technical issue that underlies that planning issue. And my submission is that on the basis of that technical evidence, there's ample basis for the Commissioner to make the decision sought, which is to remove compliance with that provision in relation to this particular plan change. The only other point I wanted to make, it's not a large point, but just picking up on, I think it was Mr Bellamy who mentioned about if there was some change in the future, then it might need to be reassessed. That did highlight for the applicant whether there was an issue with, in fact, having both the ISMP referred to and then not having that exception, because the ISMP has obviously been prepared on a particular basis. So just flag that for thought with the Commissioner. Certainly, as the applicant proposes, the ISMP would go in and Appendix 12B C6 would come out. Other than that, the applicant has no disagreement with the matters discussed by the reporting officer with respect to reserves and open space and riparian planting, so I have nothing further to say about those, noting that reserves and open space would form part of the planning caucusing. With that, the applicant asks the Commissioner to recommend the plan change for approval, subject to the changes proposed by the applicant, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for that, Ms Ham. Just to let you know that obviously by way of preliminary view from myself, I'm quite enamoured with the restricted discretionary activity approach to the transport threshold relating to number of dwellings in the West Block, for the reasons that TCC and yourself have outlined. So certainly appreciate conferencing on that. That rule would obviously apply, and there'd need to be some quite careful wording here prior to the section. State Highway 29A improvements to address existing capacity constraints. That might need to be further detailed out, just what that means, so that the rule has quite specific application. And also, I think it'd be useful to include the transport people in the conferencing, because while that would be an obvious thing that the chapeau of the rule would need to address, I can't recall if there were other transport matters that would need to be addressed before this RDA rule could be used for Western Block development. It might just be the State Highway 29A, but just like the transport people to double check if there's anything else that should go into that rule as well. Other than that, no, I appreciate that. So in terms of the conferencing of the planners, what's everyone's schedules looking like?
My assumption is that because today was set aside for a hearing, they all have this afternoon.
Yeah.
That's the basis upon which we were proceeding as well.
Yeah, excellent. So let's see where you get to today. And obviously if they need more time, they'll need more time. So that I think that should just run its course so that I get a robust response. And then in your reply, you'll attach the results of that conferencing plus some easy to understand provisions for me to look at with a minimum of underlining and striking out.
Sir, I just have one matter in relation to the caucusing, just to canvass whether there are any objections to Sue Ira also attending for the Regional Council.
None for me.
She is familiar with the
look, it's sensible to have the
ISMP and
stormwater
planning
technical
provisions.
people involved other than just the planners, so I'm relaxed about that. I just want a good result rather than being pedantic about whether it's planners conferencing or combined planners technical conferencing.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right. Good.
Thank you. Yes.
So, okay, that brings us to the close for today. So what happens now is I'll just wait for Ms Ham's reply to come in with the results of the conferencing. I'll then look at that. If there's no further queries that I have, I'll close the hearing and then I'll proceed to issue my recommendation report to the Tauranga City Council. So to everyone involved, thank you very much for all your assistance, all of the hard work you've done before now, and all of the iterations to the provisions, which were a little bit taxing to keep track of at times. But thank you, I do appreciate the work that's gone in and look forward to your further assistance. So thank you and enjoy the rest of your day. Although the conferencing planners might not enjoy the rest of their day.